There you go. I always forget to hit that other button. There you go. It should work now. Okay. There you go. Do, 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 beep, boom. Equip slots. Okay, now I need to check for there you go. If EQSLT is the same as so here equip slot is the same as selected item type equip slot, I think. Yep. If this matches the equip slot, then array push. I'm gonna add to the number of equip slots available. Yep. If array length, I'm adding equipping items. So if this is equal to 0, then you can't actually equip this. If it's equal to 1, then you can only equip it on one thing, so don't even bring up a menu to pick where to equip it. And then otherwise, bring up a menu. So in which case, this would be equip slot. Actually, no, this can probably use the same thing. Oh, nice. Okay, and if you don't have all of this, then instead it's just gonna run a function to immediately equip item. Equip item, and that's gonna be actually that should be that should be part of characters. So here, static equip item is function this, and then this here would be item from item slot, and that can be -1. -1 means find an automatic slot to equip it to. Yeah. And here, if slot is -1, then no slot provided, find one automatically. Find empty slot, maybe? Or maybe, force equip. Allow swap. Okay. So, if no slots are provided, just look for the first available equipment slot. So, basically the same thing that I'm doing automatically up here. So I can just grab this as this. That's the same logic, basically. Okay, okay. Nah. Okay. Okay, so no slot provided, find one automatically. Needs to go through the equip slots. Equip slot here. If that equip slot is the same as the provided items, this equip slot. If it's a match, then it checks to see if it's empty. If so, then slot becomes this. So we found the slot here. First, look for empty slots. If after all this, it hasn't found one, but you allow swapping, then check again, but this time allow for... Just find the first item, yeah, the first one that matches. There you go. So in this case, now you found a slot. No empty slot found. If allowing swaps, then now look for any for the first available slot. Okay. There we go. After this, if slot is bigger or equal to 0, that means if slot found available, if equip slot is empty, or if you allow for swaps, then proceed with actually equipping the item. But first you need to grab, if there was an item there, so prev equip. So in case there was an item here, keep it here, and then if prev AQ is not equal to no one, then you drop this back into the inventory. Yeah. So you do array push inventory, and then prev EQ. There you go. So that puts that item back into the inventory, if there was one. And then equip slot is now this. There we go. And then confirm equip is true. And then you force an update of the stats. There we go. I probably need to do something better than this for updating stats. I probably need to force... Yeah, I should probably force it to not ever update more than once per frame. So instead of updating stats immediately, it would probably be a better idea to sort of like mark this character's stats as needing an update, and then at the end of the frame it checks if it needs an update and then does it once. It might be better like this. If like updates were sort of scheduled instead, like updating the stats instead of doing it every single time, because there might be a bunch of things in a row that require an update of the stats. But I don't know if that's really a problem. Updating it every time it happens would probably be more accurate in the end. Probably make it that... Because basically it means that whenever you change equipment, then it's like for the rest of this frame, for the rest of this step, your stats don't actually update yet. So you can take a hit just after you equip something, and whatever you just equip won't actually affect what happens after if it's on the same frame. So I don't know. As long as the delay between when the change happens and when the stats are updated isn't like a full turn, as long as it's just a tick, I think it works. Because like anything that happens on the same tick should be essentially happening at the same time. Like a tick is sort of like the smallest unit of time. So I think it's fine for things within one tick to, you know, to be happening sort of. Yeah, I think that might be the way to go. It's like if there's multiple updates scheduled for one tick, it just happens once. Yeah, okay, I think, but for now I'll do this, but eventually I'll have to set something up for updating the stats of the characters. So that, yeah, you don't have like, because that could also lead to an infinite loop at one point. Yeah, yeah, there could be an infinite loop caused by this. Yeah. Because, say, changing equipment forces an update to the stats, right? But I could imagine certain things in the stat update leading to a forceful equipment change. And so that could cause an infinite loop at one point. Like, some stat updates could involve, like, receiving a curse or having a curse lifted or something. And curses can force equipment and stuff like that. And also, like, status effects will also start having, like, effects like that too. So all of this could lead to, like, some weird infinite loops if updates happen as soon as they're sort of ordered. But of course, if the updates only happens once at the end of the turn, then that should be fixed because, yeah, all of these effects would be sort of all in one here. Anyway, that's a problem for later. For now, I'll just keep going like this. Yeah. Okay, so I have something to equip items now. Oh, by the way, if anyone's ever wondered if it's everything I've been working on so far, all these mechanics for like changing equipment and stuff, this is all basically the kind of stuff I had to do for Malison as well. So a lot of this is like familiar to me. It's just in a slightly different package and for a slightly different kind of game. But a lot of this is like, a lot of these are familiar issues. Just I need to do them very quickly, you know, in this accelerated 1 week long jam kind of thing. So a lot of this is familiar, but also I need to sort of try to use lessons I learned by working on Malison. And also I need to think about how different this is from the usual context of Malison, which is a turn-based RPG. This is a roguelike, but the combat is going to be sort of the same kind of thing. So yeah, a lot of this feels familiar to me, but it's just in a slightly different context, slightly different situation. In some ways it's simpler, in some ways it's more complicated. Because in a roguelike, things can happen in any order, basically. While in a turn-based RPG, sort of the turn order and the way the battle is, like, the battles are way more structured in a turn-based RPG, while in a roguelike, the battles are chaos. You know, a roguelike is kind of like a strategy RPG, but where every battle is like a huge maze with monsters everywhere, you know? Yeah, a roguelike is like a very, very granular strategy RPG where everything is happening all at once, and it's always a battle. A battle is always underway. That's basically what also, you only have one guy usually, but yeah. You know, there's a lot going on in these. Still, it all feels familiar in a bunch of ways. So it's interesting. Sort of like a new way to look at problems that I'm kind of familiar with. They're just kind of under a new light. Alright. So, got equipment here. Now I have a way to just quickly equip an item. So if there's only one available slot, just equip it to that slot no matter what. So that would be object, player, actor, equip item. Okay, now what form of this do I want to use here? Also, I'm noticing it's not showing me... It's not actually showing me autocomplete for this function here, which is a little annoying. Like, it's not showing me the... Maybe it just hasn't, like, noticed. Yeah, well, whatever. I can see it here. This is one of the issues here of using structs in GameMaker, is that, like, it doesn't always index the structs as well as you would want. And so you don't really get to, like, see the properties of functions you're using unless you're, like, in a very... Unless you are in the actual context of the struct. It doesn't really know. Like, this code doesn't really know how this code works. Like, it sort of knows, but not enough to be helpful. So there's a bunch of little limitations that... Like, this is the kind of thing that would make you want to not use structs sometimes. Even though, like, using struct is probably the quote-unquote correct approach here. GameMaker has a bunch of little things like this that sometimes make you not want to use some of their features because, like, their integration into the rest of the engine isn't always, you know, as robust as, like, the older features. No, I don't mean that. That's not what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about, like, here, using the equip item function of the actor here, right? Now here it's thinking that actor is an instance ID. It's not. Actor, oh, that must be because, oh, right, okay, there's an issue. One issue here is that I'm using the no one keyword. I tend to use the no one keyword. This is sort of my fault. I tend to use the no one keyword where the undefined, where undefined would probably be better. Because that tells GameMaker that this is supposed to be an instance. But I tend to use no one as just a generic keyword to mean, like, there's nothing here, just to mean, like, an empty slot of anything, even if normally it's not necessarily an instance that goes there. So that kind of confuses GameMaker, probably, and makes it think that actor here is an instance when it's supposed to be a struct. The proper thing to do here would maybe be, like, using an empty... maybe, like, using an empty struct for when there's nothing, when there's no, I don't know. Like, maybe that would be the proper thing to do here, using an empty struct. Let's see, maybe I could make it behave better and sort of realize this is supposed to be a struct if under, like, character here. Yeah, see, actor, the default value of actor is no one. And that makes the engine think that the usual thing that goes in here is an instance. Because no one is supposed to be a keyword specifically for when there's no instances here, right? And so it's really tied to instances. Maybe I should make this like an empty struct, like this. Like, that would probably make it think... Yeah, now it says any. So it already sort of defines this a little bit better. Maybe I should actually make it an empty... maybe this should be like an empty actor. Yeah, if it was just an empty actor, that would at least... Maybe that would make it realize it's supposed to be specifically this kind of... this struct here. That would probably sort of add a lot more, like, garbage for the engine to clear out. Because every time I create an actor, a character, it would create an empty, like a basic actor struct, and then would get rid of it. And then the garbage collector would take it away. But at least that might make the engine behave a bit better here. And realize that actor is not meant to be, you know? Yeah, that the actor is not actually meant to be an instance. I don't know. Let's see. Maybe that's going to make it behave better. Yeah, because a lot of the problems are going to be from sort of old habits, you know? Old habits built from having used GameMaker for like 20 years or so at this point. So it's been, things worked so differently over the years that some old habits are going to make things not work properly here. Like using no one as a generic keyword instead of specifically for when something is meant to store an instance, but there isn't one right now. That's the actual use for the keyword no one. But I just tend to use it for just a generic thing that means, essentially, that means undefined or something is missing here no matter what it's supposed to be. But yeah, let's see. Would that actually work better? Would that actually make it realize that equip item? No, it still doesn't. Unfortunately, it still doesn't know where the hell to look for the equip item function definition here. Too bad. Maybe I can cast it? Is there a way to cast it? Like, is there a way to cast to like really specifically tell GameMaker, hey, whatever is in this variable, treat it as an instance of actor no matter what. I wonder if there's a way to do that for like just a basic variable here. Like if I could do that, that might make it realize what's going on whenever I deal with this function, with this variable. Maybe using the properties? Like there's sort of they've kind of expanded variable definitions recently. So maybe with these I can kind of give something a more specific definition that's going to be more helpful to the feather system. I haven't actually turned on feather here because last time I used it, it was kind of broken. So I'm just kind of waiting for a few updates to fix things up. I don't like fully have feather activated. Like it's there a little bit, but I don't think it's like the whole thing right now. Oh no, is it? This kind of looks like feather here. Yeah, I think I've only like partially set it up or something. Anyway. Okay, so equip item, but yeah, for now I can't, yeah, so right now, whenever I use functions inside of structs like this, if I want to use those outside, I kind of need to remember all the parameters, which loses a lot of the, functionality that you would want. But it's not like a huge problem or anything. It's one of those little things. So selected item for the first parameter, then the slot number, which would be equip slots available, and then that would be 0 because there's only one, and allow swap is true because you're forcing the equipment, so it should just equip there whatever it is. I think this should already work. I think this is all I need to do as long as there's only one slot available. And then if there's more slots available, this is where I'm going to have this menu to make. But at least I should be able to test equipping like a weapon right now. I just need to make sure it's all good here too. If the slot is found or available, then confirm here. Here, this should actually return. I'm gonna say here, show debug message equipping failed. There you go. So if this returns false, that means the equipment failed. It couldn't find a slot or something. But this should be okay here. Just a moment. Okay. All right, all right. Let's see here. Let's try this. Let's see if I can equip some gear now. Now, the stuff I equip isn't actually going to do anything yet. This is really just checking to see if I can equip items at all. This is not equipment. This is just like a usable item, which I'll need to program after this. Oh, there's gear. There is armor. There is armor. Okay. Let's equip this. Oh, it's not working. Hang on. It's not working. It didn't crash, but it's not working. Huh, okay, that doesn't seem to work. Let's try this again. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not too sure what happened there. Okay, let's try this one. Oh, it doesn't seem to be responding at all here. Okay. Okay, here it broke. Okay, here it really broke. Hang on. Let's try this again. I'm not sure what happened there. Looking for items to equip. This is not equipment. Oh, there's a dagger. Let's get that dagger. Okay, so menu action. Now, menu action should be equip. Okay. That should be equip now. So that should go here, menu action, and equip. Okay. There we go. Oh, menu setup. Okay, I see. So menu setup was not... I need to set menu setup to false whenever... Okay, that was the problem there. It just skipped over this logic here. So here, whenever I change this, I need to set menu setup to false. Or else it just skips this setup of the menu. Alrighty. Let's see if this is better now. Okay, what's the problem here? Apply equipment effects. Oh, okay, I see. So at this point it works, but equipment doesn't actually have the logic to update stats. I see, okay. So I need to add the equipment logic here. So static update stats function, and update stats will do item type update stats with self as a parameter, and then update types here, update stats, And our items are also going to have these parameters here. Update stats here. Update stats here. Actually, update stats equip. So maybe equip stats. Yeah, equip stats is better because there might be certain items that do something. Yeah, there might be some items that. There might be some items that have an effect even if. Yeah, there might be some items that have an effect if you just have them in your inventory as opposed to if you have them equipped, right? So I think I would probably separate equip stats from like inventory stats. Yeah, I think so. So that way you can have like some cursed items that as soon as you pick them up, it does something to you. I think that's fun. I mean, we'll see if we get there, but for now, let's do that. Now, equip stats here. This is going to add. All right, I need to also. So here, equip this. Update. Yeah, update stats is here. Apply equipment effects. This is going to be. Equip stats. It sends as a parameter. It sends self as a parameter. This is actor. And then this would be self and actor as the two parameters of the equip stats function. And this would be item and actor. Okay. And what it would do here for all items, no matter what, the equipment effect is going to be to add the weight to the actor's carry. So actor carry, is it carry weight or something? What's the function name? What's the thing again? It's car weight. Okay. So actor car weight plus equal item weight. There we go. So there's going to be equip stats. There's also going to be inventory stats. And that's going to be the same thing. So whether something is equipped or is in inventory, they're both going to do the same effect here of just adding the item's weight to your carry weight, no matter what. So that does mean I need to also have iteration here through not just equipment effects, but also inventory effects. This is essentially the part that's going to count. In stats, there you go. So now the game should properly count how much weight you have in your inventory as you collect things. And also when you equip things, that should not actually remove that mass from your inventory. There you go. Now it says 1. I don't know if you guys can see that, but yeah, okay, that part works now. And I should be able to equip the sword. I heard a noise. I heard a noise. It did equip the item here, but it didn't close the menu and it didn't remove it from the inventory. It didn't actually remove it from... Oh, right, because that part is not... Right. Yes, this doesn't inherently remove it from the inventory, because that equip item thing is meant to also be used to just give someone equipment, so it doesn't include... It doesn't necessarily include removing the item source. It just basically adds the item to the inventory. So right now it does duplicate items. So I need to... Yeah, the part that actually removes the source item before placing it. That needs to be separate from the logic that places the item in. So let's do that now. Again, that is in the menu game. I'm gonna have this here and here. If it succeeded, if equipping succeeded, then you need to remove it from the original menu. I need to close the menu here no matter what. But here, yeah, here, if this succeeded, then remove the item from the original menu here. So that would be array delete from the inventory and delete whatever item is in cursor Y position. There you go. So that should remove the item from the inventory in order to put it in your equipment. There you go. That should work. Now, items don't actually affect anything yet. That's going to be the next step. Making the items actually affect your stats in some way. So this is just throwing star. Doesn't do anything yet.
It's time to stretch.
I'll need to make sure that items can stack as well. They can't stack yet. Oh, there's a helmet. Let's grab that. And let's see if we can find something else to equip. Oh, there's a dagger. Let's get that. I'll make it that enemies can grab items as well. Let's equip the helmet. There we go. It doesn't show the helmet icon though. And let's equip the dagger as well. There we go. Got a helmet and a dagger. Yeah, it doesn't... One thing I think is that if something is not equipped, the text that just says the name of the equipment slot should be darker, so that way the equipped items stand out from just the name of the body part, right? And also it definitely needs to display the icon of the equipped item there too. Let's do that now. Yes, let's make this display better. Draw GUI. Here we go. Oh, it's already supposed to... No, this is the inventory. Never mind. This is the equipment. Okay. And there's the slot names. Draw, set, color, dark gray. And here, draw, set, color, light gray. and draw sprite. And I'll draw the sprite of the thing here, if it's equipped. That's gonna be equipment, sprite, equipment, image, and then I'll place it here, and this should be +4, I think. Hang on. Let's look at the interface panels. So if I remember, this is where I put the lit, and it would be drawn here, I think. Yeah, it would be drawn here. And that is at positioning like 10, 9. Ten, 9. Okay, I can probably also actually bring these items a little closer together. So item sep right now is 19. I can probably bring them closer together. Let's make them like 13 as separation. Yeah, I probably don't need 19, considering that I made the item icons a lot smaller. 12 is probably, like 13 is probably enough. Maybe 15? 15 is probably enough. There you go. Now let's find some items to equip. Got a dagger. Got a stick. I need something from another equipment slot, though. Still the same equipment slot. Finding a lot of weapons. Come on, body armor somewhere. Body armor. Oh, there's a helmet. Yep. Let's do a stretch, folks. Ooh. Okay, let's equip something. I won't find the... There you go. Sword. Helmet. Now, let's see what happens if I try to equip a dagger and already have a sword equipped. Is it going to swap it? Is it going to bring the sword back? Yes! Cool. That works. That works. That works. That works. Okay, now let's make items actually, like, change your stats in some way. let's make items change your stats in some way. That means I need to have items actually store whatever effects they have, which is something that is not in there yet. Okay. So when I define any kind of equipment, I need to, here, I need to set like stat add and stat multi. And then effects. Would that be separate things? Or maybe just a single effects? Maybe a single effects maybe a single effects array would work for this. So equip effects. There you go. And then whenever I run equip stats, it would just run through the equip effects. So for var I is 0, I is less than array length, equip effects plus plus, and now this would run this would be item and actor. Okay. Now I'm gonna need to make some function here for handling equipment effects. So I need to also make a struct for equip effects here. So that's going to be a little complicated. So function equip effect. Or maybe not even equip effect, just like effects. Because that might be used by other things than equipment as well. So this would be all of the effects that can happen. So I'll need an enum for effect type. Okay, now what are the kinds of effects that equipment and status effects and blah 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 could have? Gonna have stat change, stat ratio. Gonna apply status. Resist. So here, not stat change, but stat add. Resist add. Resist ratio. Maybe ratio and add, yeah. What are other things that could be let's see. Life regen add, life regen ratio, stamina regen add, actually these could just be a stat because there is an actual stat for this as well. Yeah, no, all of these can actually be done using stats. Yeah, no, more like life damage, life ratio damage. No, just life damage, because damage itself can be, yeah. So let's just say damage. Curse, yeah, but that would basically be apply status. But that could be its own thing too. A curse. Learn skill. Yeah, let's say these are going to be that. Let's say that's going to be the main effects here. Now, this is going to be this is going to be the core effect. So what is going to be the, F type. Then target. Effect type. F type. Okay. Okay, like this. And then there's going to be some different, because all of these are going to need to work kind of differently. And these are going to need to have static on update. So this is going to be if what the effect does when a character's stats are updated. And then static on turn. So what that effect does when a turn is passed, there's a time component to it. With those, actually, most of these are not gonna have that, but they still need to have an empty function for it. But yeah, this is where there's the damage is gonna come in. Yeah. So that's gonna be like the core that every effect has, I think. And then that's gonna be target. Okay, so that's going to be like this, like what everything has, and then there's going to be separate versions of this function. F stat add. Effect. And then this is going to be E effect types. Stat add. And I'm going to have a different one for all of the effects. Stat ratio. Apply status. Resist add. Resist ratio. Damage. Curse. learn skill. Okay. So, yeah, probably. So, okay. When I add a status, yeah, status add, how do I define status add? It would be, stat add is stat, um, base amount, and item level mult. Or might like level mult? Yeah, level mult. Actor mult, level mult. So for instance, I could have a thing where, say, a belt that boosts your strength, right? And it could give you a strength of 2, like a strength boost of 2, right? But also, as the item that gives it to you, if you find like a level 5 version of it, then the amount of strength is going to go up by. Could go up based on the level of the item or the level of the actor that has it equipped. Level mult here for equipment would refer to the item's level. For a status effect, it could be based on like the level of the status effect. If there's like a strong, or could be like a strong poison or a very strong poison or something that could be used for just sort of a multiplier. So actually just maybe like a generic multiplier. And then actor level mult effect, and then actor level mult. Okay. So this is how that would be defined. Yeah. And here, the parameter for equipment would be target and also mult amount. So target and mult. Because the mult is going to be just a number that can be based on various things depending on what that effect is applied on. So it just needs to be sort of generic mult number. And here, target stats stat plus base amount plus mult effect multiplied by mult plus actor level mult multiplied by target level. So that would be, yeah. That would be what this effect does. This is how, yeah, stat add would work. Now, on update for stat ratio, this is now a multiplier effect. So that would be the stat multiplied by, and I guess it would just add all of these together to form a multiplier. Divided by 100. And then multiplied by the current stat. I'm figuring out how to make equipment effects work right now. So base amount plus mult effect. So this is going to be multiplication. So say you find an armor or a belt that doubles your strength. That way I can, with this, I can make a belt that doubles your strength, or that adds some sort of multiplier on your strength. But if you find a higher level version of that belt, it could actually boost it further. One problem with this is... Okay, no, this would work too because these are added together here. So the multiplicators here are added together to make one multiplier. And this wouldn't necessarily be a positive one. This could also reduce a stat. Also, same for a stat, like, this is called F stat add, but it could be negative to reduce a stat as well. This would use the same. This would still use stat add for this. Okay. Then, now there's also status effects here and other things, but I don't actually have anything to use these yet. I don't have status effects. So for now, let's just start with these effects, the stats. The stat add and ratio stuff. Let's just do that to start. Let's just make it that armor gives you defense. Let's just do that to start. And then we'll look into the rest. So effects is the core of this. And then you can add stats. You can have a ratio of stats with these effects. And these can now be, should now be applied to equipment. So when equipment is this, then effect, equip effects. I hope this sounds at least a little bit coherent to people watching. I have no idea if my narration of what I'm working on makes any sense at all. I hope this sounds at least a little bit coherent and sort of shows the kind of logic that's going on here. Okay. So, now I have something to define. To define the effects of like a piece of equipment or even a status effect or blah, blah, blah. Okay. Okay. Now, for anything that is equipped, it goes through the effects and is just going to run on update for all of them. So F on update, and then this takes some parameters, which is target and molt. So target would be actor, and molt would be item level. Okay. So now I should be able to like find, yeah, if I find like a helmet, but if I find like a +2 version of that helmet, I could define that the +2 version of that helmet is gonna like give better defense. Yeah, okay, okay. Now let's actually define those items based on this. I should probably move effects to their own file here. Yeah, equipment functions. Let's rename equipment functions to like um, effects. Oh yeah, yeah. The music stopped. Let's see. What should I put on for music? Castlevania 4. There we go. The tunes are back. The tunes are back. Okay, let's move all of the effect type stuff here. Also, what's good about this is now one problem with defining these separately is that I am actually going to use those definitions here. And so if the effects are defined second, it could be a problem here to use them there. Like depending on the order of operations here, this could be a problem. Because I could be defining these in the wrong order. I don't know if I have direct control over which scripts are run first for when it comes to like all the definition stuff. So maybe I should have define item and everything. I should maybe not have this. Yeah, maybe I should not have this here. Maybe I should have these functions here actually as something that's executed here. So like function, yeah, I'll wrap this into a function so that I can actually define these in their own spot. So define all, define items, or actually set up items like that, and I'm gonna actually run this at the start of the game instead of having GameMaker handle when to define these, just sort of as it defines everything else. I'm just gonna run this manually once system is created. After randomize is done, I'm gonna do setup items here. I'm gonna just run setup items. So that should make sure that everything in all the scripts is set up before this runs. There we go. Now I can use the effects. So I'm working on equipment, on having equipment have actual effects. I just set up something to define all the different things that equipment can do. And now I'm going to just set up some things about what armor does. So now this piece of armor here, I'm going to give it a few effects. I'm going to give it new effect stat add. There you go. And the stat is going to be E stat defense. The base amount it's going to give is like 4, no, 3. The multiplication effect is going to be 1. So for every level, so if I find like a level 2 armor, it's going to, instead of giving 3, it's going to give 4. And then there's not going to be any scaling to the actor's level. There you go. So that's going to be the effect of armor. Oh, and also let's add that it reduces your agility as well. Why not? Just to show that it works for this. So new effect add agility, and this is the base amount is going to be -1, but then as the level of the item goes up, it's not going to reduce your agility further. So the effectiveness of increasing your defense versus what you lose in agility is only going to get better as the sort of level goes up for that item. Okay. And now, so this was for the armor. Let's add something similar for the helmet. The helmet is going to give you not quite as much for this, but it is going to go up by half a point for every level that it gets. It is going to reduce your accuracy by 5% to have a helmet. but is also going to improve your critical evasion, your critical block. So that's C evade, and that's going to increase your critical evasion by 5 points. And it's going to go up further, no, by 4 points, and it's going to up by 2 more points per level of the item. There you go. So now this should work, as far as I know. Like, now if I equip those items, they should immediately start affecting your stats. Yeah, I think this should already work. Let's see. I'm excited to see if it works. Before this, let's make sure that those items appear more often, because it kind of takes a while to find. It kind of takes a while to find right now. Let's go into the world gen. Let's add. Let's add armor. And helmet as 2 separate things that can drop. That should make armor and helmets. Okay, let's equip this piece of armor here. And maybe a helmet too would be nice. No, that's a throwing star. Looking for a helmet. Where's the helmet? Oh, there's a helmet. Also, we'll see if it actually reduces the damage I'm taking, too. Let's equip this armor. No, it crashed. It crashed. Okay, it went up to the... It went pretty far into the logic, at least. Oh, god damn it. I did a boo-boo. I forgot to actually grab the data here. Base amount. Molt effect. Actor level molt. There we go. Okay, okay. So this should work now. Also, I need to add this here too. There we go. All right, so now let's see if this works. Also, I should have equip as the top option for equipment. I mean, examining is kind of... Yeah, I implemented some 3D sounds. So now enemies, when they move around, they make some little noises, but you only hear them if you're close enough. Sluggies all over the place. Slime's all over the shop. slimes all over the shop. Okay, let's get this. And a helmet, please. Helmet, please. After this, I'm gonna have items get damaged and break, of course. Of course, I gotta. You know how it is. You know how it is. I like durability stuff. I know it's a flaw. I know it's a flaw I have as a developer, that I want to put durability stuff in everything. But I don't care. I blame Shadow of Rome for making me like durability systems. I blame Shadow of Rome for it. Ah. It breaks again. What's the problem here? Ah, god damn it. I forgot one. I forgot one parameter. I forgot one. No. Let's try again. Well, normally, Look Outside is unique in that its durability system is mostly a dice roll thing, which is probably a little more frustrating than, you know, than usual for durability systems. Usually, I do try to make durability stuff a bit more predictable. There you go. Oh, my defense went up. Okay, right. I need to make... Wait a minute. Oh, right. Okay. Right, because it is a level 1. It should be level 0, the item. Because 1 would be a +1 item. Okay. And now, equip armor. There you go. My defense is now 5.50. And my accuracy is 85, so it went down. My agility went down by 1. And I do take less damage now. Although it's kind of a awkward thing. There should not be... yes, I don't actually want there to be fractions in stats. So when I add a fractional multiplier here, it just means that every 2 levels that goes up by 1, basically. So it's not meant to do that exactly. So let's add a floor. Let's floor the result of this. For multipliers, it's not a big deal, though, because that's multipliers. It's all good. But yeah, for this, it's going to go down by 1. And also, I'm going to make it that items by default are level 0 and not level 1. Because, yeah, level 1 for item is meant to be like a +1 item, right? Yeah. So level 1. And in the name... I'm going to say that if level is bigger than 0, then the name becomes name plus level. So now if you find a helmet that's level 1, the name is going to show as name +1, as like helmet +1. Yeah, there you go. All right, I'm gonna go eat in just a bit. In like 5 minutes. I'm gonna go eat. Just a moment. Just adding something here for cancel. That closes the menu, yeah. Maybe. I would like to get to that soon. I would like to get to that soon. But I do want to do the rest of the equipment stuff first. And, yeah. I mean, level generation is supposed to be day 4. So I do have a lot more stuff to do first. But, you know, I just finished equipping items. Although it's not completely finished, but it's close. Using items and using skills is next. Again, this is supposed to be day 2 and we're on day 3, so I am 1 day behind. But, you know, got more time left. We'll see. But so far, things are working. Now we're equipping items. We're equipping items and it has an effect, so that's good. Just need to actually use items and also being able to throw items, sort of, abilities about throwing. I'm gonna need to figure out how to do attacks. Actually, yeah, you know what? Here. Weapons. Weapon attacks. Okay, this is the next part, actually. Weapon attacks. This is the other side of equipping items. So now, items affect your stats, but weapons don't actually do their attacks yet. So right now, it's always just unarmed attacks you're doing. I need to make it that whatever weapons you have equipped are the things that attack once you bump into an enemy. And right now, the current attack should be specifically, is just what your unarmed attack is. So I need to implement weapon attacks. That's going to be the first thing I do when I'm back. All right, so yeah, I'm going now. I'm going to go eat. It should take, I don't know, 15 minutes or so. I'll be right back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Let's do weapon attacks. Weapon attacks. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Mm-hmm. Mm. That song's so damn catchy. It is just Thick as a Brick, but Thick as a Brick's a good song, so it's fine. But it is literally just Thick as a Brick. Literally just Thick as a Brick. Okay, so how do I set up weapons? Okay. Characters are going to have a new list of things. Characters have a lot of lists now. This is going to be attack list. Attack lists, it's going to be updated whenever the character runs a stat update. And it's going to be updated at the very end of the stat update, I think. Attack list. First, I'm going to wipe out the current attack list to rebuild it. Actually, maybe the attack list is cleared at the start. Because maybe some of these... Yeah, maybe some of these are actually going to add attacks. Maybe attacks are just an effect of equipment, actually. Hang on. Yeah, I can just add an attack to the attack list as just an equipment effect. That way I can also have traits add attacks. And things just in your inventory adding an attack. And skills adding attacks. And status effects adding attacks. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Awesome. Yeah. That's absolutely the right thing to do. Yep. Attacks are just going to be added to the list of attacks whenever equipment is updated. That's right. Mm-hmm. People don't kill people. Weapons kill people. Well, that is a new type of effect. That is a new type of effect. Let's add it here. There's learned skill, and now there is melee attack. Let's add it here. Function F melee attack. Okay, that one's going to be complicated, though. That's going to be the most complicated effect by far. That's the part that is just Thick as a Brick. It's literally just Thick as a Brick. It's crazy. Like literally a 1-to-1. Weapons don't kill people. I kill people. I think that's a shirt in like Happy Gilmore. It's a good movie. Listen, Adam Sandler used to make some good movies. Listen, Adam Sandler used to be in some good movies. That's right. Although, admit, I haven't actually seen Uncut Gems, and that does seem really special. I should probably watch that. Okay, how to define a melee attack. Whew. Damage type. Base damage. Random damage. Oh, chance. So some attacks might not always go off. There might be a roll to see if the damage happens. But the chance probably gonna have some scaling to some things too. There might be something to add there later. So chance for the attack to go. Although maybe this is just the base chance, so maybe the actual chance calculation would happen at the attack itself and not in the definition of the attack. Yeah. That's probably... So I can probably leave it like this. Rand damage, and then... and then we have, like, stat scaling here. Fuck. So how do I set this up? How do I actually... Also, wait, a melee attack can do more than one damage type at once, too. Ooh, okay. Hang on. So I actually would need to be chance, and then I would need to also define damage. Function, damage. Constructor. Because I need to also define a separate thing for, like, damage. Instances of damage. Right? And that's where... yeah, okay. So, function, damage. And that would be damage type. Base amount. Also, a chance accuracy. So there could be an accuracy modifier for certain weapons. Like you have an accuracy stat, but a weapon could have sort of a modifier, not for your general accuracy, but only for its own attacks, right? So you can have like a helmet that boosts your accuracy as a character, but a weapon wouldn't change your accuracy. It would just have its own accuracy. So that way, if you have an inaccurate axe, it's not going to make you also less accurate with your dagger. It's only going to affect its own accuracy, right? So I do need to separate character accuracy from weapon accuracy. These are all... That's the kind of bullshit you have to think through when making an RPG, folks. So, damage type, base amount, random amount. Then you also have base level scale, random level scale, and then you're gonna have a list of like stat scaling now. So how do I want to organize that? It could be a map. It could be a stat scaling map. That would mean the game would have so many. The game would have so many damn like. The game would have so many like copies of this map, though. Do I really want to do that? Maybe an enum of damage scaling. A list of damage scale enums. Or do I want to keep that simple? It could just be pairs of data, pairs of values. Like stat scaling and stat scaling level. Yeah, that's a lot, but okay, like this. With this, I think I can define all of this. Okay. So that would define damage. That would define stat scaling. Okay. Now, if the effect is this, accuracy is 100, chance is 100. I guess damage would be the base one here, so let's define that first. Okay, and on update, I think it would just add itself. It would just add itself as an effect. Yeah, I think it would just add itself as an effect to the target's attack list. Target attack list, array push, target attack list, self. It's doing. Okay, like this. So this is the effect of a weapon. This is the actual attack action list that includes the user, and then static perform attack. Target user, or maybe user and target. Okay, skill. By default, I think the skill is going to be just like the attack skill. Or like no one even. There we go. So maybe just a target here. Okay. Now. There we go. Okay. This is going to add... So anything you have that is like this. Now I'm going to define those weapons with their own... I do need to add damage types now too. Okay. Yes, damage types. So this is going to also be alongside status effects. So but for now it's just going to be damage type. Enum damage type. Physical, magical, slashing, piercing, crushing, fire, acid, ice, cold. Arcane, sacred, wicked, cursed. There you go. Basically the same damage types as Malison. Why not? Oh, the classics. Flesh. Sure. And then when I add status effects, those are just going to be at the bottom. Status effects are just going to be defined after damage types. Okay, now let's define some some damage here. So new weapon. So you have name, slot type, sprite, image, and then damage. There we go. There you go. So this is now part of... Yeah, I don't actually need to define weapons and equipment separately now. Yeah, I don't actually need to define weapons and equipment separately. These can now all just be equipment. They're just equipment that happen to have different effects here. So I don't actually need this anymore. Yeah, adding a new attack to your attack list is just another effect. That's cool. Well, that's cool. Okay. So let's add those now. So... new effect attack, effect melee attack, the chance is going to be 100, the accuracy for a mace is going to be 95, and the damage is going to be new damage, and that's going to be E damage type crushing. Oh, hang on. Base amount, random amount. There we go. Base amount, let's say for the stick 2, random amount 2, base level scale 0.5, random level scale 0.5. So base damage as the stick gets stronger. Maybe sticks shouldn't actually be able to get any stronger, so maybe there's no level scaling here. Yeah. And then we have stat scaling, so new stat scale. That's a lot of stuff in one line here, but this is all going to be replaced by something in a spreadsheet. So this is a bit of a mess here, but You know, it should be easier to manage in a spreadsheet, which I'm gonna set up at one point, like after the stream. So E stat strength. Base scale, it's gonna add half of your strength to your attack. And is gonna have no level improvement on it. There you go. And then also scale for agility. There we go. That's the stick. That's what the stick does. That's the attack of the stick there. Just a horrifying line. So melee attack, 100% chance to do it, 95% accuracy. And then damage type, crushing. It does 2 to 4 damage, so 2 base plus 2 random. It does not go up as the damage does not go up as you find a higher level stick, because that's just a stick. Because there's no higher level sticks basically. And then the stat scale. So if you're stronger or if you're more agile, it adds a little bit of damage to it. It should probably not add much because it's just a stick. So it's going to add like a quarter of your strength and a quarter of your agility to the damage. That's a stick. That's what a stick is like. Let's do the dagger now. Yeah, this looks like a huge mess. This looks like a mess. Maybe if I'm not gonna have the like, it might take a while before I actually have the it might take a while before I actually have yeah, it might take a while before I actually have yeah, it might take a while before I actually have the spreadsheet working, so maybe I should make like an easier to read version of this whole nightmare. But for now, that's gonna be it. So now for the dagger, it's a piercing attack. For the dagger, it's gonna have a smaller base and like a smaller amount of damage overall. But it's going to scale only to agility. But it's gonna scale more to agility. There we go. Then we have a sword. Sword is slashing. Slightly higher base damage. Let's say 3 minimum plus 2 random. And this is going to scale to both strength and agility. And is going to scale a little bit more to both. It's going to be scaling 50% strength and 25% agility. Oh, also, these are better than this stick. These are actual items, so they should also go up as you go up in level. So let's make it that the base damage of the dagger goes up by 1 per level, and it goes up by 1.5 per sword level. And maybe the agility scaling goes up by 0.1 per level. And the strength scaling here. And agility scaling here grows too. So there you go. So those weapons just get a bit better over time. If you find like a leveled up version of them, they're a little stronger. And finally, the axe. Chance to attack is lower because it's a bit heavier. Accuracy modifier is lower, but the damage is much higher. The damage scaling goes up by 2. The damage goes up by 2 as it gets finer. The strength scaling on the axe is gonna be 75% of your strength, and it's gonna go up by 15 points per level. And for agility, is gonna be, it's gonna scale up less than the sword, but there you go. Okay, nice. There we go. That is a bunch of weapons defined. Okay. So this now, when you have these equipped, this should add these to your... This should add these. Now, let's see. Now let's also add the unarmed attacks. So let's make sure that you also have an unarmed attack if you're attacking something and you don't have any weapons equipped. So I think what I'll do here is, when it goes over equipment effects, for every main hand that is not equipped, it's gonna add a melee attack, like an unarmed melee attack, that has a 100% chance to go off. And for every offhand that has no items, it's gonna have a 50% chance to add it. So yeah, I think that makes sense. So if equip slots I is equal to slot type weapon, if equip slots I slot type offhand. So for both of these, I'm going to add unarmed attacks. I'm going to add unarmed attacks. To the attack list. New attack action. Self as the user. Mult is 0. Chance is 100. Accuracy is 100. Damage is new. New damage. Damage type crushing. Actually, maybe unarmed attacks should be defined on the actor level. Yeah, unarmed attacks should be defined at the actor level. New new, hang on. Yeah. That way I can set up what an unarmed attack looks like for different character. So that would be attack actions. New attack actions. Self 0, 100, 100. New damage, E damage type, crushing, 4, let's say 2, let's say 1, let's say 1, and 0, 0, new stat scale, E stat strength, .5 strength, 0. There you go. So this is now an armed attack. Hey, Rodox, thanks for subscribing. I appreciate it. So here I'm just gonna add unarmed attack to the attack list for both of these. How do I... This is Castlevania 4. Okay. There we go, there we go. So now there's two lists. There's a regular list and there's an offhand attack list. Because these need to be handled differently. And now let's go to the attack action. And let's actually make it use those two lists of attacks instead of just a hard-coded attack, which is what it has right now. With this, I'm gonna have actual. Yeah, with this now, combat is actually going to use like the equipped items and everything. That would be pretty cool. Oh, let's just do a little stretch though. Oh, actually, I'm gonna go take a little walk soon. So I'll just, yeah, I'm not gonna do the stretch now. I'm just gonna, yeah, I'm gonna go on a short walk. Like I said, I like to take a short walk after eating. Just helps to digest a little bit. It's nice to take some air. It's just a short, like 15-minute walk. Just to make sure I always get some air every day. It's a good habit to have, I think. Okay, so let's do attack. Let's go check out the attack action. So yeah, right now this is the logic of the attack action. This is the logic of the attack action. I need to replace all of this with the actual logic we need. Okay. So, if the actor is not dead, I need to iterate through the attack list of the actor. So for var I, 0, I is less than array length. Actor attack list. Like that. And then for all of these attacks, I need to perform them. User and target. User is actor. Target is target actor. Okay. And then I need to do the same, but for the offhand attacks. And the offhand attacks are special in that they're not certain to go out. So this is for any attacks that doesn't come from a weapon that is a main hand. So any weapon in your main hand always attacks, and any non-main hand weapon has a chance to attack, which is the exact same way it works in Malison, by the way. It's just a good system. I think it works well, so to sort of balance having a bunch of different attacks, it's sort of, depending on what these attacks are, They don't always go out every time you attack something. This is why, like, you don't want to like put on a super heavy hammer as your offhand weapon, because that has a very low rate of attack. But in your main hand, it always attacks. So you want to have like a dagger, or you want to have like something light for your offhand. Let's see here. I'm not thinking of it as a Malison prequel. No, I'm just going through some logic that I'm familiar with. This is stuff I've been working with for 10 years, so that's just how I can tend to think of combat mechanics, I guess. So here, instead of performing it every time, it's going to do a chance. So attack chance roll is random 100. If attack chance roll is less than attack chance, then you perform the attack. It doesn't even do the roll for the regular attacks. It only does them for off attacks. There we go. And now the logic for the actual attacks is next. The logic for the actual attacks is next. Okay. So, perform attack. I'm just going to move a lot of this here, I think. Yeah, I can just move all of that logic over here, basically, and just make sure that the damage part is going to need to change a lot, but for this, so everywhere I use actor, instead it's going to be user. Anywhere where I use target actor, it's going to become target. Now, target itself is going to have to change, because that used to be, that would be a target object, I think. Wait. All right, I'm going to go on a walk now. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Let me just do this here first. Yeah, this is object. Yeah, it is object. So here, target object should be it. Everywhere I just use target becomes target object. Target object. This is for the effects, the visual effects of the attacks and shaking and all that. And where the text appears. Okay, that should be it. Alrighty. And this should be user object. User object. User object. Okay. Nice. That should work. Okay. Yeah. I'll need to do some more stuff here because if you have a bunch of weapons, you know, they're probably gonna attack. I don't know what should be the timing if you have multiple weapons attacking. Should they all attack one by one, or should they all essentially attack at the same time? I think I'll need to think about this. I think they should attack like in a sequence, but mechanically speaking, they happen at the same time. Yeah, I think so. And so maybe like the length of your attack is going to be whichever is the longest, you know, whichever is the longest attack that you have. That would be the timing of your attack, I think. A roguelike with Doom style infighting? Yeah, that happens. I mean, that's not usually like a common. But yeah, like roguelike, a lot of roguelikes have like different factions that monsters can be a part of. Caves of Cud is like that. Sometimes in Caves of Cud, you arrive to a city and a bunch of the people that live there just immediately begin fighting and killing one another. Because they just spawned with opposite factions and they were apparently leaving peacefully until the moment you arrive where they realize, wait, I hate you, and they start killing one another. Like that happens sometimes in Caves of Cud, which is pretty funny. Uh, and also, like sometimes there's ways to like charm enemies or confuse them into fighting one another. That's a pretty common thing in a lot of roguelikes. I don't know if there's any roguelike where like you can just get monsters to accidentally hit one another, and in doing this they now fight. That would be sort of the Doom style in fighting. I don't know if that. I don't even know if Doom roguelike does that actually. Maybe it does. I don't remember that being a thing in Doom RL, but it could be. I haven't played Doom RL in a while, or it's anyway. Anyway, I gotta go take a walk now. Sorry about that. I'll be back in like 15 minutes. Be back in like 15 minutes or so. I'm back. 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 Yo, yo, yo. Oh no. Oh no. He's back. Oh no. Yeah, I could put on the top 120 best NES tracks. That's an idea. That's an idea. Nope. Nope. No thoughts. No thoughts. Head empty. Not a single thought in this head. Let's put on this little mixtape. And then let's put on top 100 NES tracks. There you go. That should take us to the end of the night, I think. Okay, let's figure out all this attack math. Whenever an attack happens, maybe I could force a pause on the system, at the system level. Like just a short pause to make the effects play out and make sure that there isn't too much overlap of effects. I think that would make sense. Yeah, why not? Yeah, let's add a little pause. Yeah, let's add a little system wait of like, I don't know, 8 frames whenever an attack happens. System wait is less than 8. Then system wait is set to maybe 4. No, let's make it 8. So whenever an attack happens, there's sort of a force wait for the next step. I think that makes sense. Okay, now okay. So attack accuracy. This is going to grab the user's accuracy multiplied by the accuracy of the attack itself, which is out of 100. So I do need to divide that by 100. And the accuracy itself is already a ratio, I think. Yeah, so I need to just use this as a multiplier. And there's enemy evasion. Okay. And there's a critical hit. Maybe there should be a critical hit multiplier to this as well, though. Yeah, there probably should be. For now, it won't be, but yeah. You know, some weapons are going to be just better for critical hits than others. Okay. So critical hit here. Hit type is 2. Okay. And here, let's go through all of the damage types. Okay. Okay. So yeah, let's just replace all of this logic. Let's replace all of this logic here with something that actually uses the damage info. And damage info is defined right here. Total damage is DM base amount plus irandom DM random amount then I need to go through all the damage scaling. Stat scaling. There's Shay here. That would be base scale plus level scale. Base scale plus level scale. Multiplied by the user's stats there we go. So that would put together the base damage, the random damage, plus actually the random damage I need to put that after. Hang on. Yeah, so on a crit, so if hit type 2 If it's a crit, then it adds the random amount is not rolled, it's just added completely. Else, it is rolled instead. There you go. So the random portion of the damage is just always maxed out on a crit. There we go. All right. And then we have the defense portion. So, okay. Here's a question that's always a little interesting. Do you want to apply the resistance, the damage resistance, or do you want to apply the defense first? Damage resistance is a ratio, so like it could halve the damage. And then defense is a plus or minus to the damage, so it's like a flat change. And both are kind of interesting. Both are kind of interesting. Yeah, both of these can be kind of an interesting. They both have an effect. I tend to prefer applying resistance first and applying defense second, because that tends to make defense stronger. Because if all damage you take is reduced by half, then it essentially doubles the effect of your defense. That makes defense much more powerful if it's applied last. And it makes it more likely that something takes no damage at all. So I kind of like applying this last. I don't actually have damage resistances yet, but I can add it now. Let's add that now. Let's add it now to characters. We have... there's stats grow. Then we have resists core and resists. There we go. And let's array copy resists 0 resists core. There we go. So now resists can just be an empty array. So here first, compile damage. Then apply resist, so I need to iterate through the player's resistance. Resists if target's resists J is equal to Hey, Empoli, how's it going? It's doing okay. I'm putting in some advanced equipment stuff now. Damage resistance and stuff. Okay. So we have resists here. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's going to apply resistance. And then apply defense. If the hit type was 1, then defense is applied. So that is total damage minus target's defense. Oh, also I should have make a sound for when you hit something but it does no damage. That kind of sounds like a ricochet. Yeah, let's make it that one. Ricochet. SMD ricochet. Oh, right. So one thing too is, depending on the damage type, defense is not going to be applied. It's only defense is only applied to physical damage types. So actually, let's go check out the damage types. Oh, here. So we got the physical types and the magical types. And down here we're gonna status effects. There we go. So apply defense. If the damage type if DM damage type so if the damage type is less than E damage type magical, Then defense is applied to it. If it is less than status effects, then confidence is applied as a defense. And if it is a status effect, then nothing happens, because those have their own logic to deal with. That'll happen later. Okay. And here, if cur damage is less than 0, then cur damage is equal to 0. And finally, there we go. Okay, so this is all added as damage. There you go, all added together. And then here at the end, if total damage is bigger than 0, if it's not 0, if it's 0 less, that's going to be a ricochet. It's going to say ineffective. And it's going to make a ricochet. Ineffective, yeah, for if it does just no damage. And if there is damage, then it's going to, the feedback is going to be different based on if it's a crit or regular damage. So in both cases, the damage is applied, but then the feedback is different. Did the stream crash? What do you mean? Okay, here I'm gonna have a shake effect, a sound effect, and text. So if it's 0, it's this. This is the effect of that. This is the effect of this. Okay. Okay, so regular damage, critical damage, then we have ineffective. All right, instead of unarmed attack sound, this is going to need to grab an actual, like an actual damage sound from the weapon too, but for now it's just always going to use the unarmed attack sound. That's probably going to be, yeah, the sound of the attack is probably going to need to be part of the attack definition. But for now, it's just gonna keep it simple. Okay, so all this critical hit, normal hit, that should work. Now, there's other things I'd like to do, like have crushing damage, ignore defense, some defense, and stuff like that. For now, it's just going to be like this. Okay. And now I can get rid of this part. This was like the hard-coded bit from before. So there's the thing that checks the actual hit. Then if there was a hit, then it checks for the crit. Oh wait, actually. There you go. That is the critical hit. Critical hit check. Then iterate through the damage depending. There you go. Apply damage to target. And this here applies total damage. Oh, and here I should floor it. Total damage equals floor total damage. Just in case some funky things happen to the damage in the meantime. And here, if it's above 0, 0 damage. Ineffective attack. And then you have the miss. There we go. Okay. Okay, is there anything I'm missing at this point to do a test? I think this is everything. I think this should just work. Of course, it's not gonna work. This was a lot of logic to put together without a test. So I'm fully expecting this to crash, but yeah, I think I got everything I need for attacks to work. Let's see where it crashes. Let's see where it crashes. Immediately. Immediately is where it crashes. So, okay, apply equipment effects. Oh, equipped slots is empty. So I'm updating the stats on a character, and that character does not have any equipment slots, and this is breaking that part. Okay. Let's look at this a little bit closer here. This is a struct. Okay. Which is this struct here? This is the human. This is the player. And the player doesn't actually have any equipment slots initially. Is that so? We have an inventory. We have equipped slots. Wait, what? Oh, I just mistyped it. I said equip slot instead of equip slots. Slots. There we go. Yeah, that was just a typo. Those happen sometimes. Let's try again. Okay. So far, so good. Let's try a regular ass attack. This should use the new system. Nope, it crashes. Okay, we'll get there. We're just gonna have to work our way through the problems. So here, target. Oh yes, this should be underscore target. Yes. So underscore target. Okay. Any other instance of that word anywhere? No. Okay. Wait, I'm seeing uses of damage here. Hang on. No, this should just be DM, not damage. Yeah, anywhere where I use damage... Wait, what is these? Okay, these should be total damage instead. Okay, a couple instances of sloppy copy pasting. Okay, let's try that again. Let's oh! Okay. So I seem to be doing damage, but enemies don't seem to damage me. Is it because slimes don't have any equipment slots? Slimes might not have any equipment slots. Do I want to make it that, like, enemies need to have equipment slots to be able to do unarmed attacks? Or should I make it that if a creature doesn't have equipment slots, it just gets a free unarmed attack if it doesn't have any attacks? That might be the simplest way to approach that. That way I don't need to add little placeholder equipment slots just because characters don't have... I don't need to add like a bunch of useless equipment slots just for it to work with the system. That might be the simplest approach there. Yeah, so yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna go into the stat update function, and if a character, after going through equipment effects, I think at the end of this whole thing, I'm going to just check if attack list is empty. And if at the end of all of this, if attack list is empty, so array length attack list, and if the attack list is empty, it's going to add an unarmed attack to it. Is that the best way to do this? I think it might be. Yeah, there you go. So that way I can have a bunch of like simpler creatures that don't necessarily, that all just have a default attack, as long as an attack is defined for them. I should actually make sure that they have a defined attack first, so that way I could have some things that don't have attacks at all. So yeah, if the attack list is like this, and unarmed attack is not undefined, so if there is an unarmed attack to add, but there isn't any attacks at the end of this, that means, okay, just put it in that. Yeah, okay. And I'll do that here. I'll also check here if unarmed attacks are undefined before adding them here. Oh, crash. Crash? Okay, why does this not have an object set up? Why does this not have an object set up? Oh, odd. Okay, let's look at this here. The target is this. The target is the species. It has an obj, but it doesn't have an object. What? The user has an object, but no obj. Okay, so I think I just said this wrong. I just set it up wrong somewhere. Let's check the main menu. Yeah. It's object, not obj. It's not obj. Okay, let's try that again. We got battle. We got fighting. We got fighting with the new system. Okay, now let's see if equipping a weapon is actually going to change the damage I'm doing. Also, there should be a chance that I do 2 attacks. I think I have noticed 2 attacks happening. I think sometimes, yeah, there's 2 attacks sometimes. So it is using my offhand attacks as well, which is neat. That's neat. Well, that's neat. I'm looking for a weapon right now. Oh, there's a weapon. There's an axe. Get. Yeah, I'll need to add a little bit of a shift to where the damage numbers appear. I got an axe. Let's see if that affects my damage. Yep. That's big damage. 12 damage. 9 damage. Oh, but we got a crash. What happened? Incoherent current action. Oh. Oh, okay. Hang on. Okay. Yeah, let's add a little bit of randomness to where the damage numbers pop up. That way, if we have multiple attacks happening, they shouldn't overlap too much. Minus 8 plus minus 4 plus I random 8. There we go. So now these should not be overlapping as much. I also want to add a little bit of a delay to the different hits of an attack. So I'll need to mess with this a little bit later. But for now, I'll just have them all at once. That's just simpler. But yeah, I'm going to make it that if you're doing multiple attacks, that this makes your attack action last a little bit longer. Oh, wait. The slime is actually attacking more than once, too. Weird. It's not supposed to. Huh. Where's the second attack of the slime coming from? Wait, was I... Oh, did I actually give slimes equipment slots? Was I wrong about the reason why they were not working at first? Huh. I'm gonna equip this. There we go. Got a helmet now. Oh. Yeah, now I'm resisting damage way more. And with that here, there's the armor. My defense is 4. So yeah, these guys cannot hit me. They now just cannot hit me. This is pretty easy peasy. Alright, nice. This is basically working. Now, yeah, this is like the base. Yeah, this is like the base of, so what else did I want to do to again? Oh yes, I do want to define these character things here. Yes. So here, the unarmed attack. The chance is actually going to be 60 as the base one. Since I already made it that the chance to attack is ignored completely for the main attack, so that way, you know, you're mostly going to be, yeah, you're going to have a 50% chance to attack with your offhand in addition to your main hand when you fight like this. Let me just look at my creature definitions here. Yeah, I think for slimes are just not supposed to have equipment slots, so I'm not sure why he's attacking twice. That's weird. Let's look at exactly what's happening with the slimes here. Because yeah, they're not supposed to have equipment slots. Not weapons anyway. Not weapon slots. let's see. Equipment, usable. Yeah, let's see what happens exactly with the slimes here. Let's put a breakpoint under here, and let's just see what happens when the slimes spawn here. Okay, so which creature is this? Okay, let's just do a little stretch first. Ugh. Okay. Now let's see. So, this. Which one is this? This is the human. Okay. This is the human. This is the human. This is the slime. Okay. Let's see what's happening here with the slime. How many equipment slots does the slime have? It does not have any equipment slots. Yeah, it's empty here. And its attack list? What is its attack list like? Empty and empty. Okay. So, what the hell then? It goes through all of this with no equipment slots at all. Thank you, Lumeris. I appreciate that. Yep, I'm the dev of the lead dev of Look Outside. Okay, now it's going through here. And yeah, there you go. You got the unarmed attack here. And at this point, the attack list is empty. Now the attack list has one entry. So this should be correct. This should, but slimes are still attacking twice. Oh, did I make it check the main attack list twice instead of checking the main attack list and then the offhand attacks? Did I do that? I think that's it. I think that's what I did. I just made it check twice the main attack list instead of one for each. I think that's probably it. That's the only explanation possible, so if that's not it, I have no idea. That's probably what I did. Yep. That's exactly what I did. Yep. That's why it was attacking twice. There we go. Now it should only attack once. Well, slimes. Okay, so now the player should attack twice, but slime should only attack once. Don't worry about it. Oh my god, what was that? Wait, I think I made it that... I think I made it that every single equipment slot does an unarmed attack. I think I accidentally made it that every single equipment slot has an unarmed attack. You're attacking with your neck. You're attacking with your ring slot. Everything is an attack. That's funny. But hang on. I just had a glance at the part where this mistake would happen, expecting a specific mistake here, but it's not. This... Wait. Where is it happening then? Oh, I see. I see the problem. Okay, no, the problem is not that. The problem is that I was never resetting the offhand list. Right, I was only resetting the main attack list, not the off... Okay. So that was not that. It was not actually that every single equipment slot did an attack. It's more like every time I recalculated all of the stats, it added a new offhand attack to the list every single time. So you just accumulated arms every step you made. There you go. And now it's only about half of the time doing a second hit. Usually doing just one hit, but about half of the time it's doing a second hit. There you go. And now I can equip a weapon. There you go, everything's equipped. And now my accuracy does go down when I equip that helmet. But now I do way more damage to slimes. Okay. Neat. Neat. Okay, so this is all basically working. Let's add using items. Let's add item uses. Now, that's going to be a bit of a... This is going to be complicated. Because there's going to be a bunch of ways to use items. Yeah, that one's going to have a whole thing. So first, I need to define what happens when you use an item. That's going to be an effect, probably. That's going to be an effect. I'll need to add a new effect for this. Like, so melee attack. There's going to be keys. I'm not sure how keys. I'm not sure if keys are going to be an effect. They might be. But first, let's go for... Ooh, should they actually be listed here? I think what defines an item to be throwable... So this here is how items are defined. Okay. Here you got item setup. Okay. Item types. Okay, let's have... static use effects. Now, the tricky thing, though, is that I can't just have a use effect thing here. Use effects and target. So one issue here is I think, I think items are gonna need to have like a target type for, like, when you choose use, does it just automatically use it on yourself? Or does it bring up a menu for you to pick a target? Or would that be specifically when you're using throw or zap or something? Maybe these need to be different verbs. So maybe instead of use, maybe use should not be the thing. Maybe it should be more like zap or invoke or something for when there's a target. And use or eat, maybe there should be a specific eat function, because that one's always unambiguously you eat that thing. It's not going to be just use, and sometimes if you use on food, you eat it, because then that's going to be, yeah. Like, there should be sort of a separate, like, is edible thing. Is edible. And there's going to be maybe food here. And maybe that's going to be like the consume. Yeah, is edible is this. And so maybe is edible. And potions would probably be those. Or maybe just edible, because then it's not just food specifically, but also like potions and stuff. So is edible. It's true. Okay, okay. Is throwable. I think probably most items are going to be throwable, but throwable. Yeah, because then those different commands can bring a specific kind of like a specific menu. Like throwable is always going to lead to the throw menu, so you can pick a target and then that'll throw, right? Well, edible, that's not going to bring a menu. You're just going to eat it immediately. And that's going to be easier to manage how that works. Oh, that's good. Like that. Yeah, that's good. Oh, weapon attacks. This is not working. I am now at using items. Okay. I'm going to be using items. Let's go for, first for using items, which is basically going to be eat or consume, etc. Okay. So I'm going to add a new command for the menu here, which is going to be consume. So if selected item type is edible, sub menu items consume. Okay. Okay. Consume, yeah. Consume. Okay. Register action. I'll need to make a new act consume item. Object player cursor Y. There you go. So I need to make a new action for consuming an item. I might need to add more parameters here because you might be able to consume things on the ground and stuff like that. But for now, that's going to be just for inventory stuff. Okay, let's see what happens when you consume. Oh, hang on. That is not the wrong file here. Oh, I see. Never mind that. Consume. Who knows what the number one best NES song as voted by the Shiz is? It's a mystery. No one will ever find out. You have to wait for these 115 tracks, which were accidentally ordered the other way around for just a moment there. You'll have to stay tuned to find out. Number 115 is from Shatterhand. It is really mysterious. No one will find out. No one will ever guess it. Number 1 will shock you. Okay, this is attack actions. I want character actions. Next to item structs. Okay. So drop item now. Function act consume item user item inventory position car action Okay. So, target item index. Okay. And now I need to put in some logic for what happens when you consume the item, which is going to be defined in the item itself. So how do I define that? Static consume effects. Okay. Okay. Consume effects. Okay, so how are going to be how am I going to it could just be another list of effects. Yeah. It could just be yet another list of effects here. Just applied to the actor. Yeah. Why not? Just use the same thing. So equip effects, consume effects. Okay, okay. So how do I want to actually... How do I want to actually do these? On use. Could be just another thing here. Okay, and here on use, I would just go through this and on use. No equip slot here, just on use. Do 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 do. Maybe instead of apply status, it's like constant status. Yeah, constant status. Damage on use. Yeah, one could be damage over time. Let's make these separate. Damage over time. And damage on use as separate things. No, I don't think damage over time makes sense for this. This would just use a status effect instead of this. So damage on use. Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. And then yeah, that's the whole. That's game jams are marathons. That's just what they are. That's just what the game jams are like. Okay, so attack action. Maybe I should actually move this to apply damage. Source actor is crit. Damage, source actor, and is crit. Okay. So I'm going to remove the sound effects and the shake effect from this. So only the text is going to appear as part of this, because the rest, the attack, and this is going to return the total damage. Target, apply damage. I'm going to put in damage. User as the source of the damage. And then its type equals 2 as whether or not it's a crit. And here, this is not going to spawn the text effect. It's just going to do everything else. There we go. So that way I can use the same function now for other ways that damage can happen, instead of repeating all this logic for how damage is applied in a bunch of different contexts. I can just use a central apply damage function. So now anything that applies damage or effects or anything can just use the same logic instead of just being repeated everywhere. And I can just feed the damage. I can just feed damage to just essentially apply a stack of damage onto any actor, and it should work now. And that's a lot better. Okay. So now when I do attack, it's going to do this. Before I keep going, let's just make sure that attacks still work. Because this could have broken... I could have done something here that broke regular attacks. So let's just do a quick test. Make sure this is still working. This is still working. Good. So I just moved all of that logic to... so that applying damage is something that happens at the actor level, instead of sort of in this big central function. And now I should be able to use the same logic to just apply damage when you use an item. And that should be apply damage. So target, apply damage. And then there's going to be the damage itself. Then the source actor is going to be the target as well, because you're the one using it. So if there's any stat scaling, it's going to be, you know, scaled on the user. And then ignore defense is true. Is crit is false. There we go. So now I should be able to use the damage system, not just for damage, but also for healing and other stuff like that, which is pretty useful. And this is usually how I'm going to apply like status effects too. Status effects are just basically damage that runs some special logic when it's applied. So I'll probably adding status effects pretty soon. But for now, let's just add the special damage types and stuff. So right now I have this. This is already like a list of status effects, but first I'm gonna have actually not just status effects, also special damage. And special damage. So special damage are types of damage that are not you know, oh, actually, that's something else here too. So if anything is special damage or above, yeah, so total damage plus cure damage. This is only if cure if the damage type is above special damage, then I need to run special code for that damage type. Because this is where, like, you have special damage effects that do various things. And all of these are going to have their own logic here. Including, this is where healing is going to happen. This is where recovering various things is going to happen. And damage types are here. And status effects. Special damage and status effects. So special damage are basically like status effects that only happen one time. They're just going to use the same logic, the same sort of structure logic as status effects, but they don't stick around. They just do their thing once and then go away. They're just basically like complicated damage that affects the player in some sort of non-standard way. There's a bunch of this is also something I use in Malison. It's just a way to handle some certain special effects that are not meant to linger. And status effects are basically special damage that stick around for a while and does some sort of ongoing effect as it does its thing. While special damage is just a one-time thing. Like healing effects use this. Like status recovery effects use this. weird stuff you know, ratio damage uses this, because that's basically damage, but it's damage that needs some sort of calculation to figure out how much damage it is, right? So any like non-standard damage uses this. All right, but yes, I'll do a little stretch and I'll be right back. Okay. So let's apply status effects here. Status effects need a few things to define them, a few variables and things. First, status type. Name, status type. Let's see, what else? Actually, might be the only thing that's... Okay. Whoa, what's happening? What? What the hell is that? Oh, that was weird. That was weird. It's like a noise. It sounds like something cracking or something falling. But I don't see anything. Huh. Well, anyway. Oh, if I hear it again, I'm going to go check again, but that was weird. Anyway. That is weird. Okay, so what was I doing? So status index is this. I need to add define status. It sounded like something falling like between the walls or something. It sounded like, you know, I don't know, like rats or something, but like just something falling between like two walls. Or something cracking. I don't know, it's weird. It wasn't very loud or anything. It was just very obvious. Huh. I don't know. Okay, let's make an array and a map as usual. So global array status effect global map status effects ds map create. So whenever I look for a status effect, I can fetch it from its name. So whenever I define a status, I'm going to index it here. So that is name, index, and function. This is how I tie them together. Define status. On setup. On apply. On update. On status end. On turn. I do save them on my channel. They're just in an unlisted. They're in a playlist. I just don't list them because I stream every day, and I don't want to fill people's feeds with long streams. So if you want to see them, you can go check. I have a bunch of playlists full of VODs, including one playlist of every stream I do, and then some separate playlists of like different types of streams. Like I made a new playlist for the streams of the 7-day roguelike. Okay, so there's the type, the target. There's going to be build up. There's going to be effect level. There's going to be strength. There's going to be turns elapsed. There's going to be effect source. Actually, undefined here. And type index. Status def on apply, and then self on update, self on turn, self on status end, self. Then I can do all of these again here. These are just going to be empty for now. Okay. So here I'm gonna have a few one. I'm gonna have heal, recover life, recover stamina, recover mana, recover food. And for status effects, I'm gonna have status poison. Status blind, status stun, status paralyze. There we go. And maybe a last here for total status. So I can just use this to count the number of status effects there are. So these are going to be for like individual instances of status effects. So there's going to be one extra of these spawned every time someone receives poison or anything like that. Well, these are the definitions of status effects. This is where status effects get defined. So for instance, this is poison, index, status, poison, and then the function is status poison. There we go. I should just actually have these blind, stun, paralyze. There we go. And now, whenever I define a status effect, it needs to be added to the array of status effects. So, array push global array status effects. And I add the function there. Wait, actually, no, that's not it. Index is this. And then map, ds map, add name and func. There you go. So this is what links together. I can use a map to fetch a status effect based on its name, and I can use the index of a status effect also to fetch its definition. So there's several ways now to fetch those status effects once I have more. And function status recover life. And these are all status effects. Recover life. Poison. There we go, okay. Okay, and here. Return false. And so the effect of on apply here. Okay. And here I need to do something to target. Okay, so now here. FST ST target cur life if ST target stats e stat life actually that's all it should do here. Yeah, recover life, that's all it does. It just heals. That's just the simplest status effect there is. Is this a feather problem? What's the red 9 here? Does it just not like me doing this? Does it just not like me putting in a function name as a parameter? What's the problem with that? Oh, it takes... Oh. Right. Okay, never mind. That's my problem. There you go. There we go. That'll do it. It takes a function as a status effect. As that, yeah, as a... And then it runs it. And then the result is added to this and that. Recover life. Recover stamina. Recover stamina. Recover stamina. Current stamina goes up. Recover mana. Recover mana. Recover mana. Current mana. And recover food. Current mana. Current food. Recover food. There we go. Okay. There we go. So recover food, recover mana, recover stamina, recover life. That should now define what these things do. Now I need to add a apply status effect. Yeah, I need to add something to characters here for when status effects are applied, which is a little more complicated than apply damage. Static apply status. Status effect. Source actor. Status effect. Amount. Source actor. And with this, apply status. DM damage type and cure damage for the amount. There you go. And also I need to find the source as well. So source actor. Source actor. There we go. And then apply status is going to be here. So when a status is being applied, first needs to fetch the status from the number. So here, status define. And it's going to do this by wait, what order do I want to do this in? Right, I do need to grab the status definition first. So status definition here would be global array status effects and status effect. There we go. That gives us the definition. Then new status, and the new status here would be the type status define. Target would be self. Source would be source actor. Build up would be amount. I guess, yeah, the effect level, strength, and everything like this doesn't really need to be in there. Yeah, those are just stuff that happens later, so they can just start at 0 and 0. Okay. Now, I set this, and then I'm going to do st on apply. And this, if this returns true, that means this is a status that's meant to stay as a status effect. So if it is, then I'm going to do I'm going to push into the status effects list. Which, did I actually make one? Yes, status effect is there. So array push st status effect, and I'm going to push this. So status effect, I push this status effect onto it. There you go. So this is only if the onApply returns true. When onApply returns true, that means, okay, this is a status effect that sticks around. It's going to return false for things that are not supposed to stick around, like the recovery effect. Or it returns false if the status was resisted in some way, or if the target was immune to it, or blah, blah, all these other things. And this is the setup. The onApply function is the part that sort of contains the logic of whether or not the status should succeed on applying or not. So for a bunch of stuff, it just always returns false, like the recovery, like stuff like that. But for things like, say, poison, some creatures could be immune to poison, in which case that would just fail to apply completely. Okay. So yes, apply status like this. There we go. Also, this is where another reason why statuses would fail to apply is that some status effects like merge. So like, for instance, if you're already poisoned and then someone tries to poison you again, instead of adding an extra, like a new instance of poison, depending on the status effect, sometimes it might actually add a new instance of it, or sometimes it's just going to fuse with the existing one. Like the two are just going to combine, and you're just going to be more poison now, instead of being poisoned twice. It's just going to make, like, it's either going to, like, and they're all going to have their own logic for this. So, for instance, poison might just refresh the duration of the poison, or it might actually make it worse. Like, the duration could just be added to or just reset. So that's all, the logic of this is meant to happen on a status by status basis. But for now, let's just use this for the special effect of recovering HP. Yes, so this there, status effects, blah, blah, blah. Also, at this point, I think I can remove these. Okay, so now I can activate effects that include status effects. So this all goes all the way back to using items, and items being able to essentially recover HP. And all right, I was, there's so many parentheses here. I'm so many levels deep. I'm so many levels deep at this point. Now I need to go back up a few levels. And all of this was for the purpose of having usable items that apply an effect when you use them. So let's do it with a chicken. Let's define what a chicken do. Let's there we go here. So edible here on consume effects. And that's going to be an array. Consume effects. Do 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 beep bleep do do beep boop boop do do bleep beep bleep do do bleep do bleep boop bleep boop. On consume. Okay, and this is going to go through all of the consume effects. Here. Okay, so now I'm going to define those items down here as edible. And then consume effects are going to be okay, you know, I could probably simplify the consume effects a little bit to just be a list of damage. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think that would be more useful a bit. Yeah, instead of being full effects, maybe the consume effects should just be essentially like a damage list. Yeah, maybe it should be actor, apply damage, and then the damage would be the consume effects. That might actually be simpler here. Yeah. Actor as the source. Ignore defense true. Is crit false. Yeah, I think that would work. That way that would actually be a slightly simpler thing to set up here. On consume, apply damage. For consume effects. If array length consume effects is bigger than 0. There we go. So if it's not undefined and it's not an empty array, then run it. There we go. And now let's actually do this. New damage type, recover food, and that's going to be 20 and 5. There you go. Damage shouldn't have any... Yeah, shouldn't have any problems. Like this. There you go. So now, that's a much simpler thing than having like a bunch of different things here. Yeah. Apple. Sausage. Pie. There we go. And now, let's define the others too. These are also edible. Recover life. And that's going to recover 50 plus random 10. For stamina, 50 plus random 10. And mana, 50 plus random 10. Sure, there you go. So these should all work, I think. Well, life is going to be the easiest one to test. The others, I don't actually use them up yet. So, I mean, skills are going to be coming soon, so... Stat def index.
Oh no, it's time to stretch.
Stat def name. Let's do a little stretch. I'm gonna go make me a little tea. Yeah, it's about time for a little tea, folks. It's about time for a little tea. Maybe I'll get some, I think I'll get me some what's it called? Some chai. Yeah. Yeah, some chai tonight. Feeling like it. Be right back. Whee! Okay. Well, let's do a little test. See if this works. I wonder if like a rat came in or something. That could have been the son of a rat, but I have no idea how a rat could come into the house, like in this season. It's really cold out there, so you know, if a door was left open, you know, I would know very quickly. Okay, so I need to find a healing potion. Oh right, there's not going to be any healing potions right now. I disabled their spawning to test the other stuff more easily. I guess we'll probably see some traces of rats if that's what's going on. You know, rats are not... They're small, but they leave some traces. They're small, but they're not necessarily subtle. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, let's see if I can heal. Oh, I can't even bring the menu up. It crashes. Oh. I made a mistake. I made a mistake. Oh no. A mistake here? Here? Can you imagine such a thing? There we go. Where's the potions? Where's the potions? Give me potion. Ah. Ah. Oh, that's the wrong kind of potion. It's a mana potion. Alright, let's make things a bit more common. Things are not spawning really often enough here. Okay, now, heal up. Aha! Oh, no, it crashed. Okay, register action. Oh. Ah. Another mistake. Another mistake. Oh. I don't think that healed. I don't think that healed anything there. Didn't crash this time, though. It did not heal anything. It did not use the item. Let's see what's happening. Let's go into the actions and see what's happening here. Let's see if is it trying to apply the damage? You know, where is it stopping? Character actions. Is it actually performing the action? Is it consuming the item here? Let's try that. And let's see. Where does it stop? Okay, so it goes into perform action. It's oh, inventory position unable to evaluate. Oh, that's weird. It's undefined. Okay, so when it created the consume item function here, it didn't actually feed it the proper stuff. Ah, I see. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. So I was not actually giving it the proper things here. Okay, I was not using... yeah, this here was not correct. Let's bring that over here. So character actions, consume item. And here... okay, consume item here was not in the correct order. So the first one is the user. The second is the item, and the third is the position. Okay. So the second should be the item itself. And so that will be selected item. There we go, and the cursor Y here. Okay, let's try this again. Oh. That worked there, but that was a very small amount of healing. There was barely any healing at all. Okay. Let's see why. Yeah, that was not the correct amount of healing at all. Let's check what happens here on apply damage. Let's follow the logic there. Let's find another healing potion. Oh, there's one there. Oh, that actually put it on the ground instead of using it up. That's funny. Okay. Let's just use it right away. Consume. Oh, it didn't even go there. Yeah, it just dropped it. It didn't actually use it, it just dropped it. Did I forget to update... maybe I forgot to update the action itself. The, that's probably it. I probably just forgot to update the character action here. Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's the part I just didn't do. Okay. item consuming, and I just need to do item consuming on consume. Okay, okay. Okay, I think this should work better now. Yeah, a few things were not quite right. It wasn't including all the elements for this. But it should work now, I think. Let's see. Oh, no, it's still not quite right. Okay, there was a problem there. We're getting there, we're getting there. Now it's failing at the very end of the logic. So we're getting close. Still only healed by 1 point. That might have just been a recovery too. Okay. Let's see what's happening at the very end of this logic. The build-up is 59. Life mine now, we're now is 41. And I'm about to add 59 to it. So wait, why is this not working? Huh? What? I don't get it. It's literally working, but then it's not working. Am I healing some sort of copy of the main character or something? Is there something like duplicating the main character's struct instead of referencing it, maybe? The target of the status is this. We're now at 68 HP. Yeah, this is recover life. The target is D400. Let's make sure that this is the same struct as what belongs to the player. Yep. That's the correct struct. It just got healed, yeah. It just got healed. So why is it not... Why isn't it recovering that HP here? Current life is now 121, yeah. I don't understand what's happening here. Oh, hang on. Oh! Oh. I see. It's healing and then taking damage immediately of the same amount because I forgot to make it not include status effects as part of the actual damage. So basically I recovered a specific amount of HP and then lost it immediately. That's great. Okay. All right. fixing things. It's okay. It's all good. Yeah, only if this is not special damage do you add this to current damage. Because special damage is just applied differently. Sometimes I do a weird amount of damage. I'm not sure why. Where's the potions at? No, wrong potion. That's the wrong potion. That's the wrong potion. That's the wrong potion. I cannot for the life of me find the correct potion. There's a potion. Okay, I have 62. And now I have 87. There we go. There we go. Now it works. Okay, I can now consume items and they do an effect. Alright. Next would be, so that's using items. Actually, throwing items is the next. But that's also going to help for ranged attacks and spells, because that's going to be the same, you know, being able to choose things in the world, like selecting a target on the floor. That's going to be a whole thing. So mini menu here is going to be select target, menu, select floor, select tile, target tile, okay. So when I pick the throw command, so I need to go into the game menu here. Throw command, okay. So for the throw command, while the menu is setting up, I need to spawn a submenu for menu target tile. Okay. Callback object is going to be itself. And then with submenu 2 event user 0 to just run its code. Okay. So target that's on tile. Maybe I can limit the range. Submenu 2 range limit is gonna be like 8 or something. And then submenu 2 center X is gonna be object player map X. Center Y, object player map Y. Okay. Now, let's do this here. So target tile. So this is going to be a menu where you pick a tile to attack. So cursor X is going to be this. There's not going to be a width and height for this. No backgrounds to draw. No opening. Nothing like that. There is going to be a range limit. It's going to be 8 by default, I guess. Center X. Center Y. There's a callback object. Okay. So this is not going to be draw GUI. This isn't going to need to be draw normal because that needs to overlap the normal view. And then setup start is false because this needs to set up here. Setup start. And then I need to make sure that the starting point should be cursor X should be the same as center X at the start. Cursor Y, center Y. Okay. And then actually, I could just set that up here. Submenu 2, cursor X is same as this. Submenu 2, cursor Y. This, there you go. So I don't actually need this part. Yeah, I can just set it up externally here. Okay, here's the bit here. So you should only be able to Okay. Okay, now. If blip is true, that means something was moved. And if something was moved, I need to now check to see if the position is still within the range. So before the change is going to remember, before the change here, it's going to remember the previous prev x is cursor x, var prev y is cursor y. Now, now if cursor x, if point distance between center x, center y, cursor x, cursor y is bigger than range limit, then reset cursor x and y to prev x, prev y silently. So it just doesn't move if you try to move too far. Else, this is where a callback is going to happen. Moved cursor. There you go. This is going to receive cursor x, cursor y, there we go. So that's going to be the callback here. So this is what happens if you move. If you move the cursor, it's going to do a callback to the object, and it's going to move the object as long as it's still within range. If you hit confirm, then it's going to run confirm with, again, x and y is as parameter. And with cancel, it's going to do this. Cancel. There you go. So whatever happens with this object here is going to call back to the game menu here. Case and case throw. So if you get this while in a throw, menu action equals throw confirm. Football. Foot. Ball.
No, it's time to stretch.
Let's stretch. Yeah. Okay, so throw confirm. Throw confirm. Okay. Okay. So, you've just picked a target to throw the item at, although there's no display yet of the target itself. Let's do that now, actually. Let's add a visual representation of where you're targeting. I'll just draw... like a little target thing. Throw cursor. Raw sprite. Close menu's true with submenu 2 instance destroy. Act throw item. Object player, selected item. Cursor Y. And then gonna have submenu 2 cursor X. Submenu 2 cursor Y. Let it bloom. Menu mode, play. Okay, so it's going to add a new action for throwing an item. Let's throw an item. Okay. Okay, so for now, throw item, all it is it just lets you drop an item elsewhere, like somewhere else than on your own tile. But of course, it's not going to do that. I'm just going to test this now to see if it does, you know, if the floor selection works as it should. Oh wait, did I actually allow for throwing on any item? I forget if I have no. Okay. Let's make it that most items should be throwable, really. Maybe all items should be even. Yeah, I think all items should be throwable. There's no items to... There's no reason to not have items be throwable. Okay, let's throw this. This is just gonna spawn it on the floor somewhere, basically. Oh. Did it crash? It crashed, okay. It crashed. I can remove these. I don't need this thing at all, actually. Let's try again. Do 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 do. Do 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 boom do 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 do. Oh. What was that? Okay, whenever I do anything, it just stops immediately. Weird. It just like quits. That's pretty weird. That must be the menu doing that. So menu, target tile. Maybe the callback event is a little too aggressive about ending things here. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, there you go. And the other events should not do anything. Oh. Oh, it's spawning a bunch of these menus, I see. Okay. Oh, yeah, because I didn't... Wait, no, menu setup is... Oh, right. Right, there you go. I forgot to stop the menu setup on this, so it was spawning an infinity of menus. That's kind of funny. Okay. And I can throw things pretty far, but I can't throw it infinitely far. I can't go further than this. Oh. Oh, that's not working. Weird. Oh, that is working. Oh, god damn it. I spelled confirm differently. That'll do it. This is why you want to use enums and stuff. This is why you want to use enums. Because then you don't have to worry about misspelling the exact way that you're supposed to type something. Oh. That didn't work. That's weird. That's not working. Okay, let's see what's happening exactly. Is it running the action? Okay, it is running this. Okay. Okay, I see. I was not using this properly. So you have the user, the item index, throw X and throw Y. Okay. Okay, now that should work. That should be the last of the bugs there. Still need to make it actually do something when you throw it, but... because right now it doesn't do an attack or anything, but it should. I think it should always do some kind of damage. But maybe sometimes it's going to do some extra damage if it's something... There you go. So that was a throw. I should be able to basically throw anything, I think. Now, if you throw something, but there's a creature in the way, there should be like a chance that it hits the creature, I think. Yeah. Like anything in the way. Yeah, here I think it's going to do like a ray cast to find something in the way here. Yeah, like... like some sort of like throw hit here. Kind of like a collision check. Function collision line first. Start X, start Y, end X, end Y. And then maybe like a base chance to hit. Yeah. And then what it's going to do is it's going to essentially do like a ray cast. Kind of like a ray cast check. And it's going to return the first thing it finds. It's going to be a lot like this here. It's going to be a lot like this, actually. I should paste it there instead. Collision line first. Okay, so it's going to do that logic. And every time it checks a coordinate, and instead of a vision check here, it should be more like a collision check. Collision. Check X, check Y. Okay. And here, collision. If collision 0 says free. If it says free, that means you keep going. If col 0 returns tile. That means that's going to call line result. And this is going to return ground. And X. And Y. I'm just going to return that. Actually, just be. Yeah, I don't need to make a thing over this. If it finds a tile, that means it just hit a wall. So return wall. Last check chord X. Last check chord Y. So that's what it returns if it hits a wall. It basically returns the last ground tile that it checked before hitting that wall. So it's like it hit the wall, but then exploded just in front of it, right? And then else if call 0 is an object, then it needs to check what kind of object it is. Because this checks all objects, but some stuff can just be skipped, right? Yeah. actor. So blocks movement. So if blocks movement, or any actor and is actor, I think. Is character. Okay. So if it finds an object, an actor, then it's going to check to see. The actor is essentially going to try dodging. So if call one actor isn't equal to no one, is an actor tries to dodge. Is not an actor, 50% chance to hit. Less than 0.5. So he's not an actor, 50% chance to hit. So if it's that, then return okay. Dodge roll. Chance accuracy would be okay. So this should try to hit a few things on the way. And actually, and okay. Okay. So that's the throw. That is the throw. Here's gonna look for a target, a spot. throw result. Collision line first. Actor. User map X. User map Y. Throw X. Throw Y. And base hit chance is going to be... This is probably going to be based on the item. Then the result is going to be based on this. Throw result 1. Throw result 2. So let's see this. Now, if I did this correctly, if I throw it and I try to like throw it behind a wall, it's gonna be stopped by the wall. So it's actually gonna hit the wall instead of just moving through it. Let's try to throw this potion here. So if I try to throw this... Oh. Well, that didn't work. That didn't work. Okay, let's see why. Let's see what happened. I'm gonna try to throw it there. Let's see what's happening. So it's gonna try to do a throw result. Okay. So there you go. So it starts at 29.43 and it's looking to go to 29.40. Yeah. It's gonna move up. Okay. Now it's gonna check here if there's anything. There you go. Now it's gonna continue. Now it's gonna be at 41. So that should hit a tile. Yes. And that should hit 42. Right now it's looking at 41. Yeah, this is actually correct so far. Yeah, wait, this should be correct. That's weird. Huh. Okay, so it doesn't look like... Yeah, this should be correct. It's gonna spawn an item at 42. Wait, hang on. Okay. Oh. This time it just worked. This time it just worked. Okay. I was confused there. I was looking for when the error would happen, but then there was just no error. I think maybe the problem is this. Maybe this is the problem here. Well, because it wasn't working. But I'm thinking maybe the issue is something a bit more subtle here. Yeah, maybe the issue was something a little more subtle. Let's try that. Yeah, maybe it was like going through the wall in some weird way. Wait, what?
No, it's time to stretch.
Okay, that worked. Okay, yeah, this is the problem. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's the problem here. When it finds a collision, it doesn't resolve in a very clean. Yeah, I need to fix that here. Okay, but before I do, let's do a little stretch. Damn, we're almost at the end. It's a big mystery. What's gonna be at the top? What a mystery. Nobody knows. what's at the top. Not a single soul understands the top. I guess I don't actually need to floor these. To do that. Oh, that's not right. That is not right. Okay, this one, this is fine. This is fine. This is also fine. And this is fine. Okay, what about diagonals? This is fine too. This is less fine. Why does it do that? I mean, that one's not too bad. This one's mostly okay. But then... this one's a kind of okay. See, it should not be able to reach that. I should not be able to throw it there. I'm not sure why I can. Here it stopped there. And here it just went all the way through. I don't understand why. Let's just go through the logic here. Let's just actually see like what happens. Like what's the math here? So here it's checking 20.95. It starts at 21.23. And now it's checking 20.23. Free. That's 2023 here. Oh, I see. Okay, that's one thing. See, that's better. I'm looking for any item at all. There we go. Oh, hang on. Is that the problem? I think that's the problem. God damn it. Okay, maybe this is gonna be better now. I think that was the problem. There we go. Yes. That's right. Yep. Okay. Okay, now I need to make it that I can attack people with it. Which, most of that logic is already in there. I just need to figure out how to calculate the damage people should take when you throw things at them. I think it's gonna check if... what could I do? Then I have to do like a bunch of work on a bunch of stuff. Like, on throw attack or throw attack damage. Okay, so I think there could be a throw damage thing that's undefined. And if it's not undefined, then this takes essentially like a special throw damage. Yeah. Else, no throw damage. Check for an attack. And it's gonna grab. Yeah, it's gonna look for an attack stat. Yeah, it's gonna check for equip effects or... Yeah, it's gonna check for equip effects. if is find. If it's not undefined, then look through the equip effects. And look in there for an attack. Look for a melee attack in there. Effect type. And if it finds a melee attack effect, then there should be damage that can be grabbed from this. Then damage attack becomes this. And then break. Yep. If it's still 0, that means you couldn't find anything like this. That means you now need to construct some bullshit attack based on, you know, what various properties of that item. Probably its weight. It's probably just going to be crushing damage based on the item's weight. Yeah. Yeah. Probably crushing damage based on item weight. It's going to be the thing here. Can I clone the contents of struct? I think I can't do that like that. I think I need to do it manually, which is a bit of a pain. That's fine. I'll just grab the damage as is. Yeah, I'll just use the damage as is, and no attack damage. Build damage from weight. So DMG attack. New damage. E damage type. Crushing. Base amount is going to be like 2 or 1 plus item weight. Item weight. 0, 0, and then here, new stat, new stat scaling. Oh, it's just stat scale. And that's going to be stat strength 0.5. That should work. So now any item that I throw, if that item normally has an attack, it's going to use that. Okay. And then for throw damage here. Damage attack. Okay. I think this should work. So throw attack damage. So now I should just need to make this run when you throw that to someone. Character actions, throw item, okay. If throw result is actor, that means hit an actor, deal damage. Okay, so throw attack damage. I need to do Okay. Okay, let's see if this works. Now I should be able to throw items at enemies, and that should hit them. That should hit. Let's throw this potion at a slime. Oh. That did not work well. This is still fine, but when I throw it at an enemy... Why does it do that? I'll put a breakpoint here. Oh, okay. This part was wrong. Okay, I see. This part was wrong. That's throw result 3, not 2. Let's try that again.
work at all. Let's check what's happening here. That does not work at all in so many ways. It doesn't even reach this part. Yeah, it does not reach this part at all. This is way more wrong than I thought. It's breaking at the first step. It doesn't even start to reach it. I don't even know where it's failing here. Wow, this is just so much more broken than I thought. Let's try this again, but... Okay. First, let's just try throwing an item again, just at nothing. Because it seems to break before it reaches anything. Okay. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's just way more broken than before all of a sudden. Shit, I don't know why. Seems like an element that was not broken before is broken now. Is this the problem? Is it broken right now when it hits nothing, maybe? Maybe that's it. Maybe it's specifically when it hits nothing that it's broken. Yep, that's it. That's it. Okay. So now it's just not hitting anything. Okay. Okay, let's try this. Oh. Okay, I think it might have worked. But I don't think it hit it. But it might have missed it. Yeah, because it's not certain to hit it. Let's put a breakpoint here and see what's happening. Huh. Okay, I don't think it's trying to hit it at all. Okay, let's try to just throw that up. Okay, so right now, the player is at 24-34. Oh, okay, okay. There's some precision issues here. Okay, I need to set a precision, floating point precision thing. Okay, that's the problem here. There's some floating point precision problems right now. How do you set the floating point precision? What's the... number functions? Okay, that's the epsilon, okay. Yeah, I think that's probably going to be enough. Set epsilon. Yeah, I think that. I think that should be enough. I don't think I'm gonna need like smaller precision than this for any of the game's math. So I think that should fix that. If that was the problem, I think that would fix it. It was skipping over some targets, basically. I mean, that might not be the problem, but... Okay. Okay. So this should be equal to 37 normally. Okay, I don't know if it is, but... So that is free. So 1736. $17.37. That should be fine. And now this is 1738. This should not be free. No, it should be free actually. Next one. 1739. This one. Yeah, it's considering it free. Why is it considering it free? Yeah, okay. So it's just missing some collisions entirely. Some collisions are happening and it's just not noticing it. That's the problem. Let's see why. I'm gonna throw that here. So first one here, it should not collide anything. The second one, it should be colliding with something here. This is 2 steps ahead. So this is a 21. I was at 19. So here, this should be colliding with something here. and 35. Is it gonna find anything at all that's there? It does. Okay, it did find something that's there. Okay.
Oh no, it's time to stretch.
Oh, hang on. Okay, no, that's a character. Oh, I see. This is checking for... Okay, I see the problem. This is checking for this character. It should not be checking for a character here. It should be checking for character object. I think that was the problem, maybe? Alright, let's do a little stretch. Might be the last one for tonight, folks. Okay. An actor tries to dodge. Okay. Okay. Okay, finally. Finally we hit something. Okay, I think we got something now. It was not actually hitting any characters before because of some bullshit. Okay, was that a miss? Oh. Aha. Now I try to apply damage. Something else broke here. The source player, okay, the source actor here was the actor instead of... So at one point here, it's the actor being fed into this. So here this should be actor, not user. Okay, I think we're gonna finally have damage. I think it's gonna happen. Let's throw that knife, that sword here. Oh! I think... Was that damage? It doesn't show the damage number, though. But it kind of looked like damage. That looked like... Wait, I think... Am I taking damage instead? Is that what's happening? Oh, no, okay. Okay, it does work. But you do need to, like, actually... Like, it can dodge it. But it still actually works. It just dodged it before. There you go. I killed it. There you go. That works. There you go, yeah. That works, nice. Okay. Now, I can add... first, I can add some throw skill, like some throw Like, some items should be easier to throw than others. Like, some items are meant for throwing, some items are awful at it, right? So, that can be just a variable there. Throw accuracy. And by default, the throw accuracy is going to be like 0.75, I think. And then throwable items are going to have a throw accuracy of 1. Also, throw range. Default throw range is going to be like 6 for these. The throw range for these is going to be like 12. Okay. And for throwables, I'm going to have throw accuracy, throw range, I don't know. I mean, I've been playing music, so I guess the music I'm playing is the one that's meant to be in the background of my stream. I'm not really sure how else to answer that. And here, throw damage. And throw damage. Throw damage. There we go. Throw accuracy is going to be 1. Throw range is going to be 12. Throw damage is going to be new damage. E damage type. Piercing. Base amount 4. Random amount 4. Base level scale 1, 0. And then for stats, new stat scale. Stat. I'm doing the 7-day roguelike. Okay, like this. So that would be the dart. Now the throwing star. It's slashing. And then the Molotov is a little harder to throw. It doesn't throw quite as far. But it does fire damage. And this one doesn't have any stat scaling. Alright, like this. Yeah. So now, yeah, if I find darts or throwing stars, I should be able to throw them. And it should get their damage from these. Molotov should do a lot of damage. Should be doing 10 to 15 damage. Maybe even more than that. 20 to 30 fire damage to Molotov. Also, I'm going to give them a... is fragile. And I think throwable items... are probably going to be considered fragile here. Yes, fragile this. Okay. Now throw accuracy and throw range. Now let's check here that menu here. The range limit is going to be based on the item. So that'd be selected item. Throw range. Throw range. Throw accuracy. All right. So let's look for some items to throw other than... Oh, and also let's check the fragile too. So fragile objects should just disappear after you throw them. So if item type is fragile, so if it's not fragile, okay. Now, other thing I'll do here, I'll make the item take damage when you throw it. So some items yeah. Okay, yeah, instead it's gonna be a thing where random this. here. Brakes on impact. All right. Okay. Okay. All right, all right. That's going to be this. So now it breaks on impact, and some fragile weapons can break. Whenever it hits something, whenever you throw something, it loses durability, of course. If it's fragile, it just breaks instantly, or has a chance to break instantly. So now if I throw potions... Oh. Oh, whoops. That's not the right thing. Yeah, that's not the right thing. Hang on. It is... Maybe I'll call it fragility. Hey, thanks for the sub, Yvonne Herndon. Yeah, fragility. That's fragility. And fragility is just the chance out of 100 that something instantly breaks when you throw it, which is going to be used for items that stack, essentially. So if you have an item, if you have like throwing stars and you throw a bunch of them, you're going to lose just a portion of them, and the others you're going to be able to pick back up. Got so many things open. Okay, so here, if random 100 is less than fragility, then it breaks on impact. Otherwise, if it has limited durability, then it takes durability damage. If the durability reaches 0, it breaks on impact. There we go. So now if I throw a potion, it should no longer... Like, if you throw it, now it should just disappear. No! Wait, it didn't. That's a... Oh, right, because I didn't actually make them fragile. Right. Okay, yeah, of course. Yeah. Of course. Fragility is 100. No problem, says Hal. No problem. Here, flask, flask, flask. Number of uses, 1, 1, 1. Okay. Let's try throwing, and then that'll be it for tonight, I think. Let's just make sure that things break as they should now. Let's throw a potion and see that it shatters. Also, you should be able to heal enemies by throwing a potion of healing at them. That's annoying. This is still a little bit broken. Oh. Oh, that broke. Ah. Okay, that should work now. Okay, that's gonna be it for tonight's stream, folks. I'll probably keep going for like an hour or two still, but yeah. Yep. Ooh. Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of things going on now. I didn't really do everything I wanted to do, though. Hang on. Oh, did I close that? Yeah, I mean, I did throwing items. I don't have using skills yet. But I have throwing items. I have throwing items. Yeah. All right. So that's going to be it for tonight, folks. Before I go, let me quickly link my Patreon. Please have a look. Thank you. And let's see, is anyone streaming right now? Yeah. Yeah, there's someone streaming. Oh, is that very courageous gamer that decided to play cursed mode of Look Outside as his first playthrough?
Okay.
Pray for him. He's gonna need it. Oh yeah, guess who he's stuck against?
Okay, so copy that still works.
Guess who he's stuck against right now, yeah?
Which is interesting. I don't like that he took no damage.
Yep. Alright, folks. Yep.
I could do numbness. And be status on you.
All right.
On two party members.
Thank you all for watching, folks, and take care.